Test. Testing. 1, 2. Doing an audio check here. Looks like we're a little low over there. Out there, it sounds like it's fine. Test. Okay, so that boosted that a little bit. Not too bad. Okay. Test. Yeah, okay, now we're getting quite a bit higher there. Okay, good.
In the ring now are your breeding ewes unregistered, fall lambs 8 to 11 months. Your judge today is Jenna Hine. Jenna is a 2019 graduate of Texas A&M University with a degree in agricultural sciences. She was named on Purple Circle Magazine's 30 Under 30 list in 2021 and 2022 with her efforts in the youth development across the agriculture industry. Jenna currently resides in Sealy, Texas, where she and her family operate Higher Up Cattle Company, a Simmental-Simbra based operation that focuses heavily on the junior program, along with working for Ranch Hand Analytics, a data service company that works with seed stock and commercial cattle breeders across the country. In addition, she has been fortunate to judge across the country and looks forward to working with the next generation of agriculturalists.
Well, first and foremost, what a pleasure it is to be back in Ramona. I've been looking forward to this for quite some time. I got to come back in March and do the Jackpot shows. So I know the quality of kids and the quality of livestock that we're going to see today. And guys, if this class right here is any indicator of what we'll see the rest of the week, I think I and myself and you are going to be in for a treat because there's some trade-offs here, but I think ultimately these two are very, very good. I'm going to go ahead and elect to leave them as they stand. Young man up front is going to be our class champion. Young lady in the second hole is going to be our very, very close second. I just think that this young man's is just a little bit longer from the pointed out one shoulder out towards his dock. I think that ewe is exceptionally long spine and still is so good in terms of her chest, so good in terms of her flank. I'm not going to tell you that one's the most opened up in terms of the center portion of her body, and I think that's where the advantage comes in the young lady's ewe here in second. It's on the move that I want to change this one. Obviously, she's fighting this pretty good, and that's not helping her situation. But that one's just a little more closed up in terms of her chest floor, a little bit forward in terms of her knee, and that's probably where that pair sorts the most. You read that one from behind, and you can see that she's just a little bit flatter and through her lower leg. But, man, when that one is stopped and parked there, I love the way that one transitions from her hind saddle into her dock, and I think that's where the advantage leads into our second hole. but a very, very good top pair to go ahead and start off our show today. Let's give those two exhibitors a round of applause.
In first place, we had Alan Morris from Fallbrook 4-H, and in second, we had Morgan Mishalke from Fallbrook FFA. Now entering the ring are your spring lambs 2 to 7 months.
Well, guys, I apologize for taking a little extra time on this class, but again, I think our quality is very, very good. Obviously, there's a vast difference in terms of size. We go all the way from a 2-month-old animal into a 7th, and we get some differences in terms of where they are in their growth pattern and their maturity. I still land on the young man's little one here to go ahead and win. And I think about long term and longevity and where this one goes in the future. I think that one's the most correct at the ground. I think she's the most laid back in her knee. You look at the way that one's neck ties into the top side of her shoulder. Get over the top of that one, and as skinny and green as that young lady is, she is awfully, awfully impressive, especially when you get right behind her blades. You read that one in terms of her hind saddle, I think is, again, awfully impressive. For me, it's when you look at the width at the ground and where we can go down the road with that one. Again, very, very skinny, but still very, very good. Congratulations to you, young man. Yeah, an awfully, awfully good one right there. And I guess for me, there's just a few more in terms of when that one gets out on the go. Is she just a little bit forward in terms of her knee? You put your hands on that one. She doesn't touch with quite as much expression as the one that goes ahead and wins. But when you get that one parked, she is awfully, awfully good. And you can be disappointed when you get back to the barn because I think you brought an awfully nice one here. For me, she's just a little bit shorter and compact in the way that she comes together. That one is just a little bit plainer in terms of the way that she handles over her loin and her hind saddle. You get in behind her, and she's not quite as impressive in terms of her pin width. But again, a very, very nice female there for you to come in and be second at your county fair with. Young man in the third hole, that one's fruity, and a lot of pieces you can really tie into that one. For me, she's just not put together quite as neat as the ones that go ahead and precede her. She wants to tie just a little bit lower into her shoulder. She wants to round out of her dock just ever so slightly. Again, probably wants to come forward on her knee just a little bit boxier for me than what I'm looking for in the top end. But again, that female is very, very broody, has a lot of potential, so round in terms of the center portion of her body. You do an awfully, awfully good job of getting that one put together and presented out here. Very, very nice you to bring into the show. Then we run into some females that I think have some trade-offs, and I think it takes some differences in terms of where do you want to lay your priorities. If you like them a little stouter, maybe just a little bit earlier in terms of maturity pattern, I think the darker hided ewe, or the blue ewe, is actually where you're going to land. I think that one is extremely big-footed when you study her at the ground. You read that one in terms of the center portion and the roundness to her body. That one is so extended ahead of her blades and the way that she ties into her shoulder. For me, she's just, again, a little bit rounder and plainer hip and her hind leg. She wants to round out into her dog. Probably doesn't play out with as much expression as the ones that go ahead and precede her. But again, young lady, you're doing an awfully good job of getting that one pulled together. Same goes for the young man. When you get that one parked and presented, I think she gives you a look of a very, very good quality. You read one that is so long in terms of her spine length. You read that one in terms of the boldness to the center portion of her body. It's just in terms of her muscle shape that gets her beat. She's just a little bit softer to the touch. Again, wants to just round out into her dock, a little bit plainer in terms of her lower leg. You read that one at the ground, and she's just a touch frailer in terms of the bone work that she stands on. But again, you do an awfully good job of getting that one presented. Congratulations. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause. Very good.
Your first place went to Alan Morris from Fallbrook 4-H. Your second place went to Angel Garrett from Poway FFA. Your third place went to Cody Nelson from Valley Center 4-H. Fourth place went to Abigail Palmer, East County Grange. And fifth place went to Kinley McLaughlin from East County Grange.
It hasn't been that long since we talked these, but again, I think all of our unregistered U exhibitors deserve a big round of applause before we pick our champion. I think the quality has been exceptional and the kids have been even better. I thought there was a pair that maybe came together and just impressed me from the start. We're going to go ahead and keep that first class we saw together. Young man, you're going to go ahead and be our champion. Young lady in the second hole behind him, you're going to be our reserve.
Your champion unregistered went to Alan Morris with Fallbrook 4-H, and your reserve went to Morgan Mishalke with Fallbrook FFA. Now entering the ring are your registered U's 12 to 23 months.
Well, it's not every day that the judge gets taught something, and I think that's kind of what the basis of this whole program is. And our young exhibitors out here are doing an awesome job. And we were talking about the conservation program that this breed is originated in. The conservation that you have partaken in is pretty darn awesome for me. And that's not the reason she wins, but she is going to go ahead and be your class champion. So now you can continue that a little bit further. Maybe you can bring 3 or 4 back to the county fair next year. I still think that one is the best in terms of her longevity. I think at the ground, not at his base, she's most laid back and the angle to her shoulder. You read that one in terms of the boldness to her body, I think is awfully, awfully impressive. That is nothing to take away from the Blueface Weather there in second. I'm sorry, the Blueface U there in second. For me, she's just a little bit plainer in terms of her feet and her leg design. She wants to get just a little bit underneath herself off her rear wheels, just a little bit plainer in terms of the way that her hip plays into her body. But again, I think this is awfully, awfully neat because I'm learning something. Again, we don't have these in Texas. And I fear if I brought that long wool back to Texas, somebody might think I was a little bit crazy. And I don't think it would survive or do near as well as what you're doing. So I commend you for the project that you've taken on in terms of conservation. We'll go ahead and see those two back in here for our grand drive. Let's give both of these young exhibitors a round of applause. I think they're doing an awesome job. Well, again, I apologize for taking just a little bit longer, but again, I think this young exhibitor is doing an awesome job, and I've just had him just teach me a few things and kind of bounce some ideas off because, again, we don't have a lot of these in Texas, and I think it's awfully, awfully neat. Again, I want to commend you because the conservation program that you're doing is awfully impressive. There's not a lot of young people at your age that would take that upon themselves to go ahead and do. So, again, we were just talking about some differences in terms of their wool and what these are used best for. Your knowledge is second to none. So, if nothing else happens, I think you are incredibly intelligent, and I think you have a bright future, along with two young exhibitors who are doing an awfully nice job, especially for just now getting their hands on those sheep, if I had to take a guess. Not doing a whole lot of practice. But what we're going to go ahead and do is our Western long wool. I'm going to get that wrong. I know I am. But our long wool up here is going to go ahead and be our champion. We're going to keep those long wools together. I thought that single entry that we had, especially if you're still being young, is awfully good in terms of her feet and wheels, the way that she's designed in terms of her femininity ahead of her blades. I think she ties so high. Her wool, I'm not a professional, and I do not claim to be, but I think her wool is awfully good. Again, I think her conformation is awfully nice. Nothing to take away from our blue-faced ewe, but she's obviously not feeling it out here today on top of some other things, and I hope that's the reason she's probably just a little bit outside of herself. But again, we're going to go ahead and keep our long wools together. Give this young exhibitor a big round of applause because I think they're doing an exceptional job out here.
Your champion went to Richard Hauk with Ramona Stars 4-H, and your reserve went to Richard Hauk from Ramona Stars 4-H. Now entering the ring are the breeding rams, 12 to 23 months and 2 to 7 months.
we get into our registered Ram show. And again, young man, you're doing an awfully good job. And I genuinely mean that. And I think it's awfully impressive what you're putting together here and the program that you and your family are putting together. Your knowledge is exceptional. And I'm learning just as much as you're loving a show. So that's what this program is all about. So again, if you take nothing else away from this week, and if I take nothing else away, I have learned something, and I think it's awfully impressive. And I'll go back to Texas talking about this. We have obviously variations in ages. We have the blue-faced ram that is not feeling it out here, and he does not want to be out here. But that one is built exceptionally well. And I know that we're not talking about muscle, we're not talking about all those things that you would in a market perspective. But I think confirmation is awfully important because they have to go out and they have to do a job. And I love the way that one is built. I think he puts a lot of pieces together that your 2Us did. I think he's probably a little bit neater in terms of the way that it all comes together. He's a little bit leveler out of his hips, and he's a little bit stouter and a little more inside of himself when he gets out in tracks. I think that's an awfully good one. If you like him deep-sided, you like him with, again, another little extra stoutness, and you're going to like the long wool buck there. I think that's an awfully good one. But again, he's just a little bit plainer in terms of his hip. He's just a little bit plainer in terms of the way that it all ties together and utilizes his front end. I'm going to tell you again, I am no genius in terms of this, but I think that blue face is really good. We're going to go ahead and use that long wool for reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion ram went to Richard Hauk with Ramona Stars 4-H, and your reserve went to Richard Hauk with Ramona Stars 4-H.
Well, we wrap up our breeding sheep show, and again, I think the quality has been exceptional. I don't think one has come through the ring that somebody could not take into some kind of program, whether it be a commercial program, like this young man had, the conservation program, whatever it may be, and find itself useful. Maybe there's some out here. Obviously, we've got varying different types and kinds. We have a wool sheep out here, a hair sheep out here that has a completely different purpose than this crossbred up here. But again, I think the quality is exceptionally good. I'm going to go ahead and put the mic down. I will not go through and talk them because there hasn't been enough to run back through them, but I think our exhibitors are doing an exceptional job. I'm going to put the mic down. We'll go ahead and get you a champion. We'll bring our second place back in here. Again, let's give our breeding exhibitors a big round of applause because I think it is awfully, awfully deserved. Young lady brought us our reserve, and I think that one was awfully, awfully close. And it comes from the same class. I think the quality was exceptionally good. You know, was probably actually a little more kind, and her hip was the way that she came. Young lady, you're going to go ahead and have our reserve. Congratulations.
Your best in show went to Alan Morris with Fallbrook 4-H, and your reserve went to Morgan Mishalke with Fallbrook FFA. Now in the ring are your junior does, 2 to under 4 months and 6 to under 8 months.
Our exhibitors bring us 2 single entries in our junior doe show. We'll go ahead and just talk them, and then we'll go ahead and select our champion. Young man up front, I think that one is awfully neat, and the pieces that she brings to the table, I think that one is so neat in the way that her head ties in the top side of her shoulder. You read that one, and is she the longest spined? No, she's not. She's never going to be the longest bodied, but I think she's awfully impressive, and you get your hands on that one right in behind her shoulder and over her rack and her loin, I think is awfully impressive. You get behind that creature, and she's not only wide based, but you read that one in terms of her leg and the dimension that she has and the turn that she has in behind her, I think is awfully, awfully impressive. Lady, that is an awfully sound doe, and I think she's going to have a lot of longevity down the road. She is so feminine and neat about her head and the way that she ties in. She's exceptionally long spine. I think that's where she has the advantage in terms of the one that stands in front of her. She's probably not as expressive in terms of the way that she comes to us. She stands on a little bit frailer foot. She's not near as wide in terms of her base width. Because of that, she wants to play out and get just a little bit shorter hipped, a little bit plainer in terms of her leg and her overall muscle shape. But again, that is an extremely functional doe that I think you can do a lot of things. You can always increase power on that one. You'll have a lot of fun in terms of breeding on that one. Young man up front is going to go ahead and be our champion. Lady in the back is going to be our reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Your champion junior doe went to Colby Powell with Lakeside Middle School FFA, and your reserve went to Raina Ostrander with Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. Now entering the ring are your 2-year does, 12 to 24 months.
Well, I talked about it in our first class of the day about how high the quality was, and I think we go 6 deep in terms of where you want to lay our priorities. If you want to sit on the outside and maybe switch some pairs or move some around, depending on what fits your situation at home, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, but I will tell you one thing. I thought there was one that came out here and did it as a combination of not only being a show animal and be able to compile it all together. You get that one up front on the move, and I think that's where she's the most impressive. I think that one holds herself together and has the best spine. I think she's the most comfortable off either end of her skeleton. And then you accompany that with, again, having a showier look, a little bit leveler in terms of where her pin width is or pin set. I think she's a little bit better in terms of the touch that she has right in behind her blades. You read that one in terms of where her chest lays into her body. Her underlying quality, I think, is awfully, awfully good. Again, you get that one going and on the move, and I think that one sets herself apart in terms of her ability to compose herself and get out on the go. There is nothing to take away from the other 5 remaining, but again, I thought that one was kind of in a league of her own out here in terms of her ability to get out and go and compose herself when she was moving. Then we get into a little bit tighter, and if you want to switch 2 and 3, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you because we have a lot of different trade-offs. I think the one in second that I ultimately land on is probably a little bit boxier. She's a little bit shorter and shorter coupled in the way that she comes together, but I think she's also a little bit better in terms of her basic or width at the ground. You read that one again, her shape on the top side of her skeleton. You read that one in terms of the boldness to her rib, and I think she's awfully impressive. Does that come because she is just a little bit shorter and boxier made? Maybe so. But for me, I really, really like that type and kind. If I can make that one just a little bit stouter when you get in behind her, give her a shot more muscle, we can rival that one ahead of her. But again, for me, it's just when she gets out on the go, she's just a little bit farther forward in terms of her shoulder angle. She's up and down in terms of her back wheels. That's what sets her apart from the one that goes ahead and wins. Again, the one in the 3-hole, young lady, if you want to sit here and tell me that I did that wrong, I won't argue with you because I think that's an exceptionally close pair. I actually prefer her. I think she's probably a little bit more, got a little bit more longevity in terms of the pieces that she lays on and gives her the ability to get out and go. It's her hip and right in behind her blades that get her beat for me. She's just a little bit plainer in terms of the way that her hip is designed. She wants to get a little bit rounder and a little bit, slopier, for lack of better words, in terms of where her tail head sits into her body. You get that one on the go, and maybe she's just a little bit plainer in terms of her head and her neck and the way it all ties together. Wants to get off right there behind her blades when you ask her to move, and that's where I separate that pair. But young lady, if you read that one in terms of where her chest sits into her underline and all of those things work exceptionally well, and I think that's going to be a really, really good female for you in the long run. Young man in the 4-hole, I wanted every bit of my body. I think she has some really, really neat pieces, and if I talk about one so good when you handle on her. She is so square over her rack and into her. For me, it's just when you that one in terms of her depth of her side, boldness to her body, I think is what gets her beat. She doesn't want to get out and go. She doesn't get out and go quite as neat as the other ones ahead of her. Again, you get in behind her, and it's her hip and her hind leg that get her in the spot that she's in. She's quite a bit plainer in terms of her overall base width. She's quite a bit plainer in terms of the turn that she has to her lower leg. And then we run into 2 does that I think are very different but very similar. They're just not as complete as the ones that go ahead of them. They come in just a few different pieces. Young lady that ultimately lines up in the 5th hole, that one is extremely long spined. I think she has a lot of good pieces. She's actually quite a bit better there in behind her blades than some of the others that precede her. For me, again, she's just a little bit piecier in the way that she comes. You ask that one to go, and she doesn't stride quite as well as the females that stand ahead of her. She's a little bit plainer into her chest floor. She's a little bit tapered up into her flank. Not as bold, not as dimensional in terms of the middle portion of her body, but I still think she has the advantage over the young man that sits in the 6th hole. For me, that one's quite a bit plainer in terms of her bone. She's a little bit plainer in terms of her base width. You read that one, and she's not near as neat and high tying and the top side of her blade as the other ones that precede her. But that one is exceptionally good in terms of her chest floor and her underline quality. For me, we just got to give that one a shot more length. We got to give her a shot more length into her hip, give that one just a little bit more comfortable set to her hind leg, and I think we can change some things. Awfully, awfully good class. Congratulations to all 6 of you.
Your first place went to Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H. Your second place went to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA. Your third place went to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA. Your fourth place went to Colby Powell with Lakeside Middle School FFA. Your fifth place went to Ivy Charlone with San Isabel Julian 4-H. And your sixth place went to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA. Now entering the ring are your senior does, 37 and up months.
We get into a pair of 6-year-old does, and obviously they've maintained some longevity. They've gotten where they need to go. They've had a set of kids. They're kind of doing what they need to do. But to keep them in this kind of quality, especially for being 6-year-olds, is awfully impressive. We're going to go ahead and like to use the cooler color doe. That's about the only way I can describe her. I think that one's awfully, awfully good. You, again, study that one in terms of her base width and her foot size. Go up from there. You study that one's skull, and it matches the rest of her body. She is so opened up in terms of her forerib, so opened up and bold in the center portion of her cage. Get in behind her, and again, that's where I think she has a distinct advantage in terms of just muscle shape and in terms of stoutness to pin with. I'm not going to tell you that that one's perfect in terms of the way that her hind leg sets in her, but I think she's plenty good for this stage of the game. young lady, that's probably where I give you the advantage. I think that female is actually quite a bit squarer, especially when you get behind her. She doesn't, she wants to stride out and is as square as any that we've seen. For me, she's just a little bit plainer in some of the parts and pieces that she has. She doesn't have as neat of a high tying skeleton. She doesn't tie as high at the top side of her blade. Wants to get a little bit plainer in the way that she ties there. Just a little bit plainer out into her, the way that her hip and her tail head sits in her. Again, just not as overwhelming as the one that goes ahead and beats you. But if you talk about one that is functional and has the longevity to go long haul, that's a female that you can essentially breed on down the road. You can make that one a little bit stouter because I think she has the parts and pieces that are needed to make just a good quality livestock. Again, a very close pair. Ultimately, I lead with the young ladies. Cooler color, darker pigmented goat there in the second to go ahead and be our champion in this class.
Your first place went to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA, and your second place went to Kaya Pressler with Ramona Stars 4-H.
Well, again, we have a very nice breeding show here. I think we had quality from top to bottom. I thought there was one that maybe just stood out a little more than the others in terms of their structural correctness, their overall quality. Then it becomes just a little bit closer for reserve. I think we've got some options and some comparisons that can go ahead and happen. So I'm going to go ahead and pick you a champion. We'll get one more good look at our reserves, and we'll get you a reserve champion momentarily. Before we go any further, let's go ahead and give all these kiddos a round of applause because it is very much well deserved. The quality, again, has been outstanding.
Your champion senior doe went to Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H, and your reserve went to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA.
We get back out here for our champion doe, and again, I think 4 out here that are awfully deserving of being talked. That young man comes out of here with our younger set, and we talked about that one just being so cool in terms of her pieces. Obviously, that one has a long time before she matures. There's some question marks there. Does she lay back in the angle to her knee good enough? Is she good enough in there behind her blade? When you get her parked like that, I don't think there's any question that one has a world of future out here. I think she's awfully, awfully nice for you, young man. That one's going to be a lot of fun. You can take a deep breath. I know it's a little bit harder when they're a little bit smaller for you. Then that young man came out here with our age doe, I think is what we called it, or our yearling. I think that one was awfully impressive, especially when we got that one out on the go. We followed up with one that obviously I asked the young lady, is that her daughter? So that young lady obviously has a 6-year-old out here, and she's got some daughters that I think are doing an awfully, awfully good job. And then we had our young lady in the second hole out of that first class. Did you talk about just longevity? I think that female has a lot there. Maybe she's not as cool in terms of the parts and pieces, maybe not as extreme in what she comes to the table, but again, so youthful, so neat in terms of the way it all comes together. Again, just not the big extreme pieces that we had in our class winner. I'm going to set the mic down and take you one more look. We'll get you a champion in reserve. Again, one more round of applause. I know your hands are probably tired by now, but I think these kids deserve it.
Your champion overall doe went to Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H, and your reserve went to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA. Now entering the ring is your 4-year buck.
Well, we joke that there was only one buck, so this is the one decision I cannot do anything wrong today. But again, I think this young lady brings us a really, really nice one. You talk about one that is so rugged and so masculine in terms of his head and his feature. I think that matches what he's got at the ground. I think that one's awfully big-footed. I think he's awfully wide-based. He's good in terms of his body cavity. Obviously, that one's not probably a show creature all the time. He probably looks like he just got out of his working clothes. But I think that one still has a lot of confirmation. It leads to being a really, really good animal down the road. I think he's got some longevity. Again, probably not as neat in terms of his chest floor, probably just a little bit plainer in terms of his hip and the length of that hip. But I think he's got longevity. I think he's rugged. I think he's masculine. All of the things that we need to make one that just makes a simply good buck down the road to create some more that look just like him and maybe even increase in terms of some hybrid vigor. Congratulations to you, young lady. You might be just a little bit, a little more determined than some of the other ones we've seen today, so I commend you for that. Congratulations.
Your champion buck went to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA.
While the young lady brings in her doe, I think we'll just keep it short and sweet. Again, our quality has been awesome. The kids have been even better. Obviously, that young lady gets a piece of this no matter what happens. What we're going to do is go ahead and keep those two does together. I think they have a lot of quality, and they do a very, very nice job, and they put some pieces together like the young lady and I talked. She's obviously raised one that was in contention for to be in this drive. So, again, we're going to keep these two does together. Nothing to take away from our buck here, but, again, very, very nice job.
We will be taking a 10-minute break before we start our market lambs. Your best in show goes to Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H, and your reserve goes to Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA. Now entering the ring are our market lambs weighing 111 and 112. We have entries from Melania Bumpus and McKenna Bumpus from Ramona Stars 4-H.
Well, we start off our Market Lamb show, and obviously we're in just a little bit lighter weight. So some of these may be just a little bit greener. They just maybe need a little more time on feed. But ultimately, I think that the most good come in the young lady up front, the kind of lighter heighted one. I think that one's the most impressive. When you get your hands on him, fills your hand with just a little more shape right in there over a rack. just a little bit longer in terms of her hind saddle. I think the distinct advantage comes in when you get in behind him. I think that one is a little more impressive in terms of his inner and outer leg. Again, I think that one's awfully good in the way that she comes to us. Maybe not the neatest in terms of the way that her dock lays into her body, but I think that's an awfully good lamb to go ahead and start in our Class 1. Nothing to take away from the young lady's lamb here in second. I think that one just needs a little more time. She wants to get just a little bit plainer, right? And then behind her blades, just not as built or not as wide in terms of her build. You read that one in through her chest floor, and it kind of matches what we see up high, just a little bit narrower, just a little bit plainer. You read that one in terms of where his dock sits in him. I think she needs to be just a little bit more pulled apart there. But again, two awfully good ones. I think their hide quality is exceptionally good. Congratulations to these young ladies for doing an awfully good job. Again, young lady on the right here is going to be our class champion. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your class winner goes to Melania Bumpus with Ramona Stars 4-H. Entering the ring now are lambs weighing 129 to 137, with entries from Olivia Sepurek with Ramona Wranglers, Michaela King with 56 Ranchers, Riley Kirkland with Ramona Wranglers, Cody Nelson with Valley Center 4-H, and Soren Arvidsson from Valley Center 4-H.
Well, again, a really, really nice set of market lambs that come to us. Young man up front's going to go ahead and win the class. And I think that one just brings a combination of not only touch and the way that that one handles and how fresh he handles over the top side of his skeleton, but you get that one parked, and I think that one is awfully impressive to make one that long spine, still be so good and tucked up in his chest floor, still be plenty good in terms of his flank, so good and round in the center portion of that one's body. Obviously, that just lays the foundation for the amount of shape that that guy has up high. Young man, you do an exceptional job of getting that one stuck. It'll be fun when we get back out here into our grand drive later in the week or maybe even tonight and see how that one stacks up. Obviously, the young lady in the second hole has a little bit of advantage. If you look and see what that one has, maybe right there over the backside of his skeleton over his rack, you read that one in through his lower leg, and maybe that one does have an advantage there. But it's when you get that one on the go. I think that sheep's just a little bit earlier maturing, a little bit boxier in the way that he comes to us. It's when that one guy's in go that I want to just make him just a little more relaxed about his top. If we could do that, I think that pair even becomes a little bit closer because I think there's a lot of really, really neat pieces. That guy actually is probably a little bit longer neck, probably ties a little bit higher and a little bit better. For me, he's just a little bit longer maybe in terms of his blade, a little bit plainer in terms of the way that it all comes together on the go. Young lady, you do an awfully good job of getting that one pulled together, so I commend you for that. Young man in the 3-hole, this one could probably, depending on who's judging, could probably change some things. For me, that one, if we could just trim her up just ever so slightly, I think that one even adds to her quality. It's still just a little bit of a farther reach for me to go ahead and use that one ahead of the two that win. But when you get that one parked and you put your hands on her, again, she fills your hand with some quality up behind her blade. For me, again, just a little bit plainer about her chest, obviously not cooperating with the young man, but just a little bit boxy in her type and kind. Again, pull just a little bit of condition off of that one, and I think it even makes it a little bit closer to get her a little bit ahead of her contemporaries up high. Again, just not the power, not the extra extension, not the extra length that our first and second have in that class. Young man, you've done a heck of a job of battling with that one. So if nothing else, I think you're awfully, awfully determined, and hopefully she acts better when you come back in here for showmanship later. Then we run into two sheep that I think are awfully similar in their type and kind, just don't have the extra muscle shape. They don't have the extra dimension, but you two young ladies are doing an awfully good job. I think the blonde-haired young lady up front, that one, again, probably profiles just a little bit neater, a little bit higher tying in terms of the way that her neck sits into her blade, probably fills your hand just a little bit more, with a little more shape right in over her loin. I think you get in behind that creature, and she's a little more pulled apart in terms of where her dock lays into her body. Nothing to take away from the young lady with the darker hair and the heavier booted sheep there in the back half, because that one still is so extended, so neat in the way that she comes together, just a little bit plainer in terms of her overall muscle shape. Wants to get just a little bit plainer in terms of the length of her hind saddle, gets a little bit plainer into her dock. I wish that one had just a little bit more time on feed because I think she could rival some of the ones ahead of her. Again, very, very nice job from top to bottom. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your class winner goes to Cody Nelson with Valley Center 4-H. Now entering the ring are Lambs weighing 140 to 148. We have entries from Josie Sand with Ramona FFA, Olive Arvidsson from Valley Center 4-H, Morgan Mishalke with Fallbrook FFA, Olive Arvidsson, Valley Center 4-H, Olivia Skepiak, Ramona Wranglers 4-H, Peyton Henry, Valley Center 4-H, and Kiara Conine, 56 Ranchers 4-H.
Well, I think we have an awfully competitive class, and I think they are different, and each one maybe brings some strengths and some weaknesses to the table. Kind of depends, again, where you lay your priorities or where you're going to maybe make some small cuts. I thought there was one that just did so pretty handily and caught my eye as soon as it came in the ring from a presence standpoint, from a feel standpoint, all those things. That's that young lady up top. And I'm not going to tell you that one's the absolute firmest to the touch, but for me, I think that one's plenty good enough. You talk about how wide-based that guy is, stands on such a big foot, and then you read him up from there, and I think he's so good in terms of his rib cage. I think he's so good, and again, not the firmest to the touch, but plenty good enough for me. Feels your hand, plenty good. Probably the longest hind saddled of the ones that are in this class. You get in behind him, and I think he's the most impressive there. Is he perfect to his dock? No. And if we could change him in any one regard, I think that's where I would. But that is being very picky. Young lady, you do an awfully good job of getting that one presented. Young man, that one gives you a case to go ahead and win every time you look at him. But for me, I just wish we could change her in terms of her skeleton. She wants to get just a little bit easy right there over the top side of her skeleton. That one's quite a bit boxier than some of the other ones that are behind her. For me, that one's, again, if we could just trim her up just a little bit in terms of her condition standpoint, I think that would even make her just a little bit better. But for me, again, the biggest point that gets her beat for me is what that one does with her spine on the move. You've done everything possible to get that one presented and picked up the way that she needs to be. Just a little bit plainer, again, into her chest floor, a little bit plainer in the way that she utilizes her spine on the go, and even just standing there. But if you talk about one that is so elegantly presented from the side, I think you do an awfully good job when that one does come together. I think there's quite a bit of trade-off in between 2 or 3 and 4, and depending on where you lay your priorities, again, is going to cause you to switch them. I like the presence of the young ladies in the 3-hole. I think that one, again, is just a little bit more impressive when you get in right behind him, over his rack and into his loin. I think he carries just a little bit more shape. Is that because he's a little bit shorter-sided and a little bit boxier? Maybe. And that's, again, where you lay some priorities. I think that's an awfully good sheep. Again, you get in behind that one, and he's still got the advantage in terms of his inner and outer leg. Again, very nice job, you young lady. Young lady, it killed me to put you in the 4-hole because you have been fighting your butt off to get that one out here and composed. For me, sometimes that one just wants to come apart. He's not as neat and not as expressive in over his loin. He wants to, too. Like I just said, he wants to get just a little bit plainer in terms of his leg. He's probably just a little bit straighter from hock to ground. But, man, you talk about one that is so good in terms of his underlying quality and the way that you present that guy is awfully impressive. If we could just lay him back and the angle to his blade and maybe make him tie a little bit higher, add just a little bit more shape, I think you can rival the ones that go ahead and win that class. You do an awfully impressive job. So I know you're not satisfied with the place that you are, but I want you to know you do an awfully good job of getting that one presented. Young lady, if we could get the shape to match what that one has down low, we are cooking with something there because that one is probably the biggest and stoutest in terms of his foot size, the biggest and stoutest in terms of his base width, but it doesn't match what's up high. He wants to get just a little bit flatter in terms of his body cavity, wants to get just a little bit plainer. I think if you put that one on feed for just a little bit longer, maybe we could change some things up. But again, just doesn't have the extra mass, the extra dimension of the ones that go ahead and precede you. Same thing goes for the ones that sit right below you. Young lady, you do an awfully good job of presenting that one. We just need more to him. He wants to get just a little bit plainer in terms of his base width, wants to get a little bit plainer up high to match. But man, you talk about one that ties so high at the top side of his skeleton, her skeleton is so long and level. Again, if we could just give that one just a shot more shape and extra dimension, we can really move you up in the class. But you do an awfully good job of presenting that one. Young lady, same thing goes for you, kind of like we talked about in the last class. We just need more of that young lady. I think we just need to pull her apart, make her just a little bit more dimensional in terms of her muscle shape. But you're doing an awfully good job of pulling those together out here. If we can make that one, again, just a little bit stouter, we changed the ball game quite a bit. Very good class. So let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Your class winner goes to Morgan Mishalke with Fallbrook FFA. Your next class is Lambs Wayne 155 to 165 with entries from Alan Morris, Cameron Mayer, and Maisie Arvidsson.
Well, again, I think we run into a really, really nice class. Maybe the top pair gets a little bit closer. In my mind, I think there's some differences and some trade-offs. Ultimately, I just think the young man's is just a little bit wider at the ground. He's a little bit bigger footed. You read him in terms of his chest width, and then you read him from there back, and I think he's the most impressive. You read that one in terms of a three-quarter view. He's the most pulled apart in terms of right there and behind his blade and his forerib. He's the most pulled apart and the most expressive in terms of his inner and lower leg. There's a very, very fine line of maybe who has more upper shape. And I think that the young man's does have a little bit more upper hip shape than the young lady's you that sits in second. If you want to give the advantage to the young lady in terms of how that one feels when you put your hands on her, I think she has the advantage. But for me, you read that one, she's just a little bit boxier made. I think she just ties a little bit differently in terms of her shoulder. She's not as neat ahead of her blade, and in terms of where their neck lays into her shoulder blade, she also wants to get just a little bit plainer into her chest, probably not as truer into her flank. But again, that is me being very, very critical of two very good sheep at the top end. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. Then we get into 3 and 4, and maybe you have some trade-offs, and ultimately there at the end, I decided to switch how I originally had it placed. I think the young man's has a little more cutability. I think there's a little more true shape there. I think there's a little more true shape in terms of forearm. You read that one right in behind her blades, or right in behind her blades, sorry. I think she's got more shape there. Again, I think she's a little more picked up in terms of her chest floor, a little bit longer spine. Really, really nice one. You just ran into some tough competition up high. Young lady, if we can lengthen that young lady out, give her just a shot more, again, just a shot more cutability, I think we can move her up in the class. But for me, she wants to get a little bit rounder up front. She wants to get a little bit rounder in terms of where her dock sits into her. But man, that is a good barreled sheep. It's just a matter of we just got to give her more in the long run. Congratulations to all 4 of those exhibitors.
Your class winner goes to Alan Morris with Fallbrook 4-H. Now entering the ring is your lamb weighing 101 with Corianne Kaza.
Well, we have one lone exhibitor in our feeder sheep show, and Corianne brought us Buddy. And you talk about one that's he's got a world of future ahead of him. And obviously today is not his endpoint day, but she was telling me that she bought him. She's going to sell him in a barn sale down the road. You talk about that one having some expression. And again, as green as that guy is, he is so good in right in behind his blades, so good in terms of his length, his extension. Young lady, you're doing an awfully good job of getting that one presented to me. For me, maybe today he's not as expressive as some others that we've seen, but obviously he's at a little bit lower weight. If we can make that one just a little bit better in terms of where his chest lays in him, that would really turn up his quality. But that is me being very, very critical. You're doing an awfully good job. I'm excited that you came to see bring Buddy out here, and it's even cooler that your breeder's out here to see a show. So congratulations to you. I think this young lady deserves a round of applause. So let's give Corianne and Buddy a big round of applause.
Now entering the ring are Market Goats weighing from 65 to 74 pounds with entries from Cameron Martineau with Ramona Wranglers, Mackenzie Conway with Valley Center 4-H, Penelope Biven with 56 Ranchers, and Madison Collins with Ramona Stars.
Well, guys, I apologize for taking just a little bit extra time, but I'm trying to figure in, I guess, a weight difference in my mind. And the more that I try to justify and the more I think about it, I still think the young man's saddle-hided goat is still the best one. And I think when you put your hands on that guy, especially for being at a 15 to 20 pound deficit at weight, I think that guy still feels your hand and is so powerful right in behind his blades. You read him over his loin, and I think that's where he's the most impressive. I'm not going to tell you that he's the most pulled apart in terms of where his pin width sits in him. He probably just a little bit plainer in terms of his lower leg. But again, I think that guy's at an extreme deficit in terms of weight. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I know this is a market show, but I still think there's a little more product there. And you accompany that with that kind of look from the side, I think that young man has an awfully good one to go ahead and start to be a class winner. Young man in the second hole, I tried to make a case to justify that one to be our class winner multiple times. I think there's a lot of pieces there that scream, hey, you have to use me, because I think there's a lot of good down the road for that guy. I wish we just had a little more time with him, because I think all the pieces are there. You read him from the ground up, and that one's probably a little bit stouter in terms of his footwork and his bone work, probably just as pulled apart in terms of his width of his chest. For me, it's the way that he transitions from his right over his rack into his loin. He wants to get just a little bit rounder, probably not as expressive as the one that goes ahead and wins. You get that one on the go, and he's not only just a little bit rounder into where his tail's head sits in him, he's a little bit stiltier about his back wheels, doesn't want to get out and reach. And again, I know this is a market class, but we have to show these things as well, and I think that's where that pair begins to sort. Young lady, this is an awfully impressive weather, and I think there's a lot of parts and pieces of this guy that somebody could really tie into. I think he has an advantage in terms of the way that his rack and his loin feel right now. I think for me, just again, gets a little bit plainer in terms of his base width, gets a little bit plainer in terms of his bone work and his foot size. You read that guy from a 3/4 shot from behind, he's just a little bit too plain in terms of his leg and the back half of his body. Again, you're doing an awfully good job of getting that one presented. I think he's really, really powerful. Again, when you get your hand on him from behind, we just need a little bit more from there back. Same goes for the young lady in the 4-hole. If we just had a little bit more time with that guy, I think we could really, really make some things happen, because he's got the base width, he's got the stoutness, he's got probably a cutability advantage out here. But for me, there's just not enough of him today to compete with the ones ahead of you. But you're doing an awfully good job, because when you get that one stuck, I think that one gives you a look from the side that rivals the ones that go ahead and you win. Again, we just got to have more of him. But congratulations all for you.
Your class winner goes to Cameron Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H. Now entering the ring are goats weighing 76 to 78 pounds with entries from Olive Charlone and Mackenzie Collins.
We're going to leave them as they stand here, and the young lady in the white jeans is going to go ahead and be our class winner. You talk about one that has an overwhelming advantage in terms of just true power, true product, and then young lady, when you get that one propped up from the side, I think he gives you the neatest look as well. You read that one in terms of the way his neck sets into the top side of a skeleton, so picked up in his chest floor, still the most pulled apart. Obviously, that's the reason that he has the most shape up high. I'm not going to tell you that he's the firmest that I put my hands on all day, but I still think he has the most amount of product. I think it comes close in between 2 and 3, and kind of depending on where you lay your priorities is, again, where you're going to change some things. I just think the young lady in the second is probably just a little bit fresher, a little bit truer in the shape that he comes to us. I think the lady in 3 actually has an advantage in terms of lower leg, maybe an advantage in terms of trimness as well. But for me, I just need to get that one just a little bit farther along. Same thing goes for the young lady in the second hole. If we could make that one just a little bit stouter in terms of when you get in behind him, I think that we would change some things, maybe even rival our class winner. But again, 2 and 3, if you want to switch them, either way is fine with me. A young lady up front is going to go ahead and be our class winner by a good margin. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
Your class winner goes to Olive Charlone with San Isabel Julian 4-H. Now entering the ring are Goats weighing from 88 to 90 pounds with entries from Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers, Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA, Raina Ostrander with San Isabel Julian 4-H, Emma Avancian with 56 Ranchers, and Thomas Wilson with Ramona FFA.
Well, another very, very nice class. And I think there's just a logical place to start. And again, young man brings us one that's just kind of the combination. Not only is that one really neat, up-headed, and showy from the side, but you get your hands on that guy, and he is packed full of true muscle, true power shape. You get in behind that guy, and you're still awfully, awfully impressed. Again, get that guy in motion, and you're awfully intrigued about the way that he puts some parts and pieces together. He is so picked up in his chest floor, so opened up there, good in the center portion of his body, and all that obviously lays the foundation for the amount of shape that guy has up high. That one will be fun when we get back out here into our overall drive later in the week. Young lady in the second hole right now, I think it becomes closer between 2 and 3. If somebody came in here and switched that pair, I'm not going to sit here and disagree with you, because if we could combine those two, we are really cooking with something. I just like the extra pizzazz, I guess, of the brown weather that sits in the second hole. I think that one actually fills your hand with just a little more shape when you put your hands on him. I think he's a little bit truer to his edges in terms of his loin. For me, he's still a little bit more picked up in terms of his chest floor. I do wish we could change that one from behind. Not to compare him to some of the does that you showed, but he's just a little bit plainer in terms of where his pin width sits in him. He wants to get just a little bit flatter in comparison to the one that goes ahead and wins. In terms of where his leg is expression to his leg, but I still think he has the advantage there in comparison to the one that sits in the 3. Young lady, that is a very, very extended weather. We talked about, I joked with you, I said white ones are always a little more stubborn. He is. He's just a little bit harder to show, but you do everything you can to maximize that one. That guy is so pulled apart in terms of his rib cage, and that's why he separates himself from the ones that remain. Like I just said, he's probably just a little bit plainer in terms of his foot size, a little bit plainer in terms of his chest width. You read that one from behind, and he's just a little bit plainer in terms of the way that his twist sits in him, his flat on either side of his leg. But I think he's awfully good. I think he can rival the one that sits ahead of you. I think it's just a little bit of a pair switch there for me. Then we run into 2 that maybe just don't have the extra power, don't have the extra shape. Young man, you're doing an awfully good job. And that one kind of mimics the doe that you showed earlier. It's really good bodied, really round, and center portion of the body just doesn't have enough. We just need a little more shape, a little more power. And I still think she has the advantage in terms of overall mass and dimension. Probably just a little bit boxier made, doesn't come together quite as neat as the ones that sit ahead of her. Young lady with the brown and black headed one, that one just needs more. We need more time, we need more shape, just a little bit trimmer in the way that he comes to us. Probably doesn't fill my hand with quite as much power and mass as some of the others that we've seen today. But you talk about one that has the potential to do some things down the road, because I think that guy sits on a really big stout foot. He's really wide and expressive. It's just a matter of making it all come together. If we could put that one on feet just a little bit longer. But if we're talking trimness, I think you have a distinct advantage. 5 showmen out here, they're doing an exceptionally good job. Let's give them a round of applause and congratulate them on a job well done.
Your class winner goes to Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H. In the ring, we have goats weighing from 93 to 97 pounds with entries from Kelsey Weller from Ramona FFA, Mackenzie Conway with Valley Center 4-H, Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers, Allison Eastman with 56 Ranchers, and Thomas Wilson with Ramona FFA.
in the spirit of keeping everybody on their toes, I'm going to leave them as they see them, but we're going to work backwards. Young man in the 5th hole is going to go and be our class champion, and then we're going to work backwards from there. Young lady will be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We start out, and I think there's a top a pair of them that are awfully, awfully good. There's some trade-offs in my mind over who excels in one area, who excels in the other. I think, again, the combination goes to the young man. You talk about one that's got the look from the side and accompany that with the quality of touch that he has, I think is awfully impressive. I think maybe the handle quality advantage goes to the young lady in 2nd, especially right there. Him is just a little bit more impressive in terms of his combination and the ability to do the things that he's doing, being so round in terms of his body cavity. Obviously, again, lays the foundation for what he has up high. I think he has a distinct advantage when you get in behind him and you talk about lower leg and from stifle to stifle. I think that guy is awfully, awfully good. Young lady, that is nothing to take away from your darker pigmented goat, because that one is awfully impressive. Like I said, you get your hands on that guy. I'm not going to say that he looks a little bit lighter muscle from the outside, because that wouldn't be the right connotation, but he's probably more impressive when you get your hands on him, and maybe makes you start to think about some things. Like I said, right in behind his rack, I think is awfully impressive. He might even have just a little bit of an advantage when you get in over his loin. He might be just a little bit truer to his edges. For me, he's a little bit boxier in the way that he comes to us. If I could just give him a shot more in terms of his where his hip lays into his body, make him just ever so slightly a little bit leveler and a little more expressive there, that pair gets even closer. We could trim him up in terms of his chest, make him just a little bit more elevated there. It even makes that pair that much closer. But again, and that is an awfully, awfully good pair. I think it'll be fun to see how they progress throughout the week. We go back in here and bring them into our champion drive later in the week. You two both do an awfully good job of getting those pulled together. Young lady, if we decided to use the stoutest constructed ones, you're going to be the one that goes ahead and wins, because that guy is as big-footed and as massive as anything that we've seen today. He's just as pulled apart in his chest floor. For me, he's probably just a little bit past his due date. He's just a little bit overdone, in my opinion. He's just a little bit more mature in the way that he comes to us. Doesn't handle with quite the touch and the texture that the ones ahead of him do. Just a little bit plainer overall in terms of his look and his makeup and in terms of what we see in product. But again, that is an awfully, awfully stout booger. We just got to freshen him up just a little bit for me. Then we get into that obviously are out here and they haven't exactly figured this out. And then it becomes close, because I think there's some differences. I ultimately like the design and the balance of the young lady's brown doe, to go ahead and be 4th. I think she brings some pieces together that are awfully, awfully neat. She's probably a little more expressive over the top side of her skeleton, probably ties a little bit neater in terms of the way her shoulder lays into her body cavity. Again, probably just has a little bit more muscle shape, and that's essentially what cuts that difference there. The young man's that we sit in 5th is just a little bit plainer. He's a little bit finer in terms of his bone work. She's a little bit finer in terms of her bone work, a little bit narrower chested. Because of that, she's not as round body. She doesn't have the ability to lay as much up high. But when that one does try to compose herself, she gives you an awfully neat look from the side. I think she's actually a little bit stouter in terms of where her pins lays in her body. But we just got to give that one a shot more, probably give her a little bit better attitude to really move her up in the class. But again, a really, really good goat show. I think we've had a really, really tough set of them, a really good set of exhibitors. Let's give all of them a round of applause thus far.
Your class winner is Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H. Now entering the ring are goats weighing 55 to 61 pounds with entries from Cooper Sissons and Danzig Grillicki. We will be taking a 10-minute break between feeders and showmanship.
Well, when you bring a set of baby goats, as I like to call them, you don't ever know what you're going to get. But the quality is very, very good from top to bottom. I think there's some differences and some trade-offs. I guess for me, I'm going to think future and what do these things look like maybe when they're a little bit older or somebody else shows them maybe a little bit later county fair. I think the most quality is found in the young man's. You read that one in terms of his foot size, his bone work, his density, his chest floor, all those things read to make a really, really stout one. Then you read that one in terms of his rib cage, and I think he's the most impressive, lays the most there for what can be found up high later down the road. He's obviously not composing himself the way that he needs to today, and so maybe we have to have some question marks there. But I think that one has the most quality, the most promise down the road. You even put your hands on that guy, and I think he's awfully impressive, especially as green as that guy is. Young lady, that's nothing to take away from yours, because if you want to talk about body cavity and rib cage and the ability to lace them up high, I think that that female has it. For me, she just gets a little bit plainer when you get in behind her, and that's something we probably can't change in this generation or right now. She's a little bit plainer there. She's a little bit plainer at the ground in terms of her bone work. Again, if we could just stouten her up, freshen her up just a little bit, I think that would really change, and we can maybe even rival the class winner. I told the young man here in the back, I think he's doing an exceptional job, and it is evident that he has worked with that female load, because the presence that one has from the side when she gets out here is extremely good. I think that one ties so high at the top side of her spine and the top side of her shoulder blade. It's awfully impressive. Obviously, we probably need to freshen that one up just a little bit, and that just comes with time. We just have to have a little bit more feed bucket and a little bit more feed bucket time. But young man said he's going to have another one of these. So obviously that project has done a very good job. This is where I started. I started out showing chickens and goats. So just know it can only go up from here. These are probably the hardest-headed creatures you'll ever deal with. But again, these three are doing an awesome job out here. Again, young man up front is going to go ahead and be our feeder champion. Young lady in the second hole is going to be reserve. Young man, you're going to be a close third. You do a very good job. Congratulations to all three of these. And let's give all of our market goat exhibitors a big round of applause, and we'll get into showmanship momentarily.
Our class winner is Cooper Sissons with Julian San Isabel 4-H. And we will begin our market sheep showmanship in about 10 minutes. Now entering the ring is our senior sheep showmanship.
Well, before we get any farther into the rest of the festivities tonight, let's give these senior showmen a round of applause. You know, I'm from Texas, and we like to boast that our kids are so good and this, that, and the other, but I'm going to be the first to tell you from a Texan herself, you're going to be hard-pressed to go to a county fair in Texas and find 10 senior showmen this deep that can do this good of a job. And I think from top to bottom, if you give them a sheep that cooperates or a wether or a dam, whatever it may be, I think you're going to be awfully, awfully impressed about what they can do, because top to bottom, and I mean this wholeheartedly, I think you kids are awfully, awfully impressive. Unfortunately, there was just little bitty things that sorted this group from this group, and it was maybe just little bitty things that we did here at the end. I'll be honest, I thought I kind of had this figured out, and maybe some showmen that hit me really, really hard when they came into the ring for their actual show. But maybe when we get back out here, I think maybe some even turn up the heat a little bit more, maybe turn up the intensity, maybe just do some little things right. Again, very, very good set. Unfortunately, there, like I said, there was just a few things that maybe went wrong on this end. The two showmen down on the end, I feel for you, because you did not have a partner that wanted to tango with you tonight, and that's kind of the bad deal here. Maybe if you had a different sheep in your hands, you could get a little bit further up, because I think you have a lot of natural ability. Again, it takes two to tango, and unfortunately, you were the only one trying to dance tonight, and that's what separates you from the rest of your contemporaries. Young lady in the I guess, 8th hole, I think you do a really good job. You're very fluid. You're very fast. But sometimes we just maybe don't have their feet exactly where we need them to be. We want to put her front feet just a little bit too far forward, or maybe just offset a little bit. But I think you do an awfully, awfully fluid job. Young lady in the 7th hole, I think you do an awesome job as well. There was just a few times maybe you weren't as quick. Maybe that sheep wanted to fight you just a little bit. Maybe you weren't just as intense as some others. But I think you were so cool, calm, and relaxed, and I love that about you. I thought you did an awfully, awfully good job when you came in for your class, and it hurt me to put you down. Like I said, I think we've turned up the intensity quite a bit here at the end here, but I think you do an impressive job. Young lady, you're the exact opposite of her. You're very intense, and I love that. You obviously came out here with one job to do, and you're not going to stop until it happens. Maybe there was a few times that sheep just wanted to get a little outside of herself, or outside of himself, I'm sorry, and just didn't want to cooperate quite as well as you wanted to. Maybe sometimes, and this goes for both of you, we just want to pull their front ends a little bit too far out of them instead of straight up out of the top side of their shoulder. And again, just little bitty minute differences are what separate us from the top end. Young lady that I pulled finally for 5th, I think you do an exceptional job, and your attention to detail is very, very good. Sometimes maybe our back feet weren't just absolutely perfect, and that's kind of what separates us. It's nothing to do with your questions. I was trying to get y'all to loosen up and have a little fun out here and give you just something else to think about instead of just thinking about showmanship. But like I said, maybe our back feet weren't just perfect every time. We wanted to lean that sheep forward just a little bit in terms of her shoulder and her neck, but I think you're doing an impressive job right there. This is what we're going to consider our top 4, and I think we have some differences. What I'm going to do is just talk through each one of them so you have an idea of where my head is, and then we'll go ahead and start to separate into our champion reserve and there through 4th. Young lady in the back, I commended you in the show. I thought you did an awfully, awfully impressive job when you showed that sheep in class, and I think you're still doing an impressive job. When I asked you your question, and again, this has no relevance in terms of where you place, you were extremely knowledgeable. You knew exactly where you wanted to change that one, and I think you even take that to a higher degree, because not only do you want to change it, but when you're showing, you maximize the heck out of that sheep, and you try to do everything you can to make those pieces and parts better. Young lady in the white pants and the blonde hair, I think you do an even better job than what you did came out here in class, because that sheep's finally deciding to cooperate. I love the way that you get that one's head and neck pulled out of her, or pulled out of him, I'm sorry. I think you do an exceptional job of foot placement. You may not be as quick as some others, but I love your presence and your elegance and just you as a showman. I think you do a lot to pull that sheep together. I commend you for the job that you've done, and even turning up the intensity when we get back out here in the showmanship. Young man, I don't think there's been a time that I've seen a sheep in your hands that's been out of place. I don't think there's ever been a time that you've had those sheep's feet in a different direction. I think you've done everything you can to maximize that one. You're surrounded by girls, and I think that says something for you, because your presence is awfully, awfully impressive. I think you do a stellar job out here. Young lady in the front hole, you are intense, and I love that about you. You came out here again with a job to do, and you're not going to stop. Your attention to detail is awesome. I know these sheep are getting tired, so I'm trying to get through this and get off the mic before they start to wreck a showman's world here, but you do an exceptional job of pulling that one together. I'm going to be very, very nitpicky on you. Sometimes you, probably just like me, get a little bit picky about where our feet go, but that just means you care, and I take that with a grain of salt, because you're doing everything you can to maximize that female right there. You do an impressive job, like I said, talking about what you want to change about that female and kind of figuring it out in the long run. Again, very nice job. I think all 4 of these do an exceptional job of pulling these creatures together. So let's give them one more round of applause and tell them how much we appreciate the job they've done. I'm going to go out and I'll select you. We'll go 4, 3, 2, 1. Extremely, extremely good set of senior showmen. We'll get out and get you a champion.
In 10th place, we have Melania Bumpus from Ramona Stars 4-H. In 9th place, we have Richard Hauk with Ramona Stars 4-H. In 8th place, we have Josie Sand with Ramona FFA. In 7th, we have Kiara Conine with 56 Ranchers. In 6th, we have Michaela King with 56 Ranchers. In 5th, we have Peyton Henry with Valley Center 4-H. In 4th, we have Olive Arvidsson with Valley Center 4-H. In 3rd, we have Morgan Mishalke with Fallbrook FFA. In 2nd, we have Angel Garrett with Poway FFA. And in 1st, we have Alan Morris with Fallbrook 4-H. Now in the ring is your intermediate sheep showmanship.
Well, I think we get into our intermediates and we're really, really impressed again with the depth. I think there's some subtle differences in terms of where we maybe put our feet, maybe a way we guide ourselves around the ring. Again, just minute differences. I think split hairs. What I'm going to do is just go through and talk each one of them, and then I'll tell you how I place them. Kind of keep some things in, and there's no particular order right now. Young man up front, I think you do it and you do just effortlessly, and I think that's been the same since you came in here for our class. I think you always have those feet exactly where they need to be. You, like I just told the young man, you probably don't have the presence of some of the young ladies that you're going to show against, and that is nothing to take away from you because a lot of young men can't throw their shoulders back and probably stand as tall, but you do an exceptional job of that. And I'm not using that to your detriment, but I think you do an awfully, awfully good job. You're a pretty tall guy, and you're not showing a very large sheep. So again, that takes some presence and some I guess determination, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Again, I think you do an awfully good job, attention to detail, getting that sheep presented and parked in, and the way that you do is exceptionally good. Same goes for the young lady with the blue-headed ewe, I'm sorry. I think you do an exceptional job. The way that you float around this ring is simply effortless. I think you do such a good job in terms of your posture and the way that you get that one's head presented on the top side of her shoulder. Maybe sometimes we don't have our feet just absolutely perfect, but I think you do a lot of the other things exceptionally, exceptionally good. Young lady that's in the middle right now, the 3-hole, I think you do an awfully good job. And I know that you've had some battles in here, maybe some sheep that didn't want to cooperate quite as well as you wanted them to, but you've come out here and absolutely rocked it. I think you've done an awfully good job. You maybe could, just could rotate your body just a little bit, maybe put that sheep's chest right in the middle of your thigh, and I think that will come this way a little bit. There you go. I know that feels probably a little bit more uncomfortable because you're not used to it, but it helps with your presence. If you want to watch some of the other people that showed, maybe obviously you got to miss the seniors, but just a little bit of presence is all you lack, and just making that sheep cooperate the way that you need to, because I think you do a lot of the other things right. You obviously know where those feet need to go. You obviously know where the judge is at all times. I think you do an awfully, awfully good job of that. Young man in the 4-hole, that sheep has not given you a chance all day long. You have fought and fought and fought, and I commend you for that because that takes sheer determination and passion. But it is obvious to me that you know what you're doing. You know where those feet need to go. Again, you just have to have two to tango, and that's probably where you and the young lady in the 5th hole right now lack, is just having somebody to work with you because you're trying your heart out. It's just a matter of making those work together because that young man and this young lady both do a good job of their attention to detail and trying to make those feet go exactly where they need to, giving me the best look at all time. But again, it takes a partner to make that happen. Let's go ahead and give our intermediates a very large round of applause. We are going to indeed leave them as they stand. Young man up front is going to be our champion. Young lady, you're going to be reserved. Then we're going to work on back. You're going to be 3rd, 4th, and 5th. A very, very nice set of intermediate showmen.
In 5th place, we had McKenna Bumpus with Ramona Stars. 4th place went to Cameron Mayer with Valley Center 4-H. 3rd went to Olivia Sepurek with Ramona Wranglers. 2nd went to Maisie Arvidsson with Valley Center. And 1st went to Cody Nelson with Valley Center. Now entering the ring is our junior sheep showmanship.
Well, I praise the senior showmen for being as deep as they are, but it's probably a good thing most of those seniors will be out of school when our juniors come up, because this is an awfully, awfully impressive set of four. I made friends with each one of these, and we've learned some pretty cool things in terms of their names and their sheep's name. Miss Corey Ann back here told me this is their second time showing sheep, and I think that's awfully impressive. The job that she's doing is very, very good. I told her the first time I showed sheep, it ran around the ring like it was a wild animal. So you're doing way better than I did, and that was in high school. So take that, and you can keep going, and I think you're doing an awfully, awfully impressive job. Mr. Kinley right here, we've got a Sweet Tart. I'm not exactly sure how we came up with Sweet Tart, but the longer that you're out here, the more comfortable you've gotten. And now you're starting to have a little fun. You got a little pressure off your back. You do an awesome job of getting Alan's feet exactly where they need to go. Maybe sometimes we could jack her head forward just a little bit. She wants to there you go. She wants to throw it back just a little bit. But I know that you're trying to get that one to brace, so that you're doing an awfully, awfully good job. And then we have Abigail, right? I don't know why I can't get this straight, but Abigail right here, I think, is doing an awfully, awfully good job with Molly. Obviously, when I go to talk her, she's not exactly being the best partner there, but I think your attention to detail is awesome. I think you've always got that sheep braced and ready for action, and then your attention to detail, like I said, in terms of feet placement and all those things, your wing awareness and your spacing is awfully impressive. I love your intensity, and I think that's one of the neatest things about you, is you are obviously out here for a reason, and you're not going to stop until you get your job done. I think that's an awfully, awfully good job. Obviously, that teammate of yours isn't exactly wanting to partner with you right now, but you're fighting and battling, and I commend you for that. Then we have Soren up front with Angie, if I'm not mistaken. He said he named that sheep because his friend named her hog after him. So we had a little action, right? Is that there you go? I think you're doing an awfully impressive job. When you came in here, you had a look of intensity, but still some composure. You're so cool, calm, and relaxed, but you still show me that you want to win. Obviously, that sheep's giving you a little bit of trouble here at the very end, but I think your attention to detail and your feet placement is awfully impressive. I think at top to bottom, we have four that are doing an awfully, awfully good job. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out and select you your champion and then work backwards from there. Again, let's give our junior showman a big round of applause, because although we only have four, I think we are very, very good in terms of our quality. Let's get these sheep out of here before they give them any more problems. Very, very nice set of juniors.
In fourth place, we have Soren Arvidsson with Valley Center 4-H. In third place, we have Kinley McLaughlin from East County Grange. In second place, we have Corey Ann Caza with San Isabel Julian 4-H. And in first place, we have Abigail Palmer with East County Grange. Now in the ring is your novice senior showmanship.
Well, I just told this young lady when she came in for class, if she would have told me that she was a novice and had never shown anything before, I probably would have called her a bold-faced liar, because her composure and her ability to get that sheet presented is second to none. And I think you actually rival some of the seniors that we used at the top end in terms of your composure, your ability to be intense, but still so cool, calm, and collected. Again, I think you do an impressive job of getting that sheet presented. Obviously, there's some improvement, and everybody can make improvements. We get a little bit faster. We get a little more attention to detail. But so far, especially for this probably being one of your very first shows, I think you're doing an awfully, awfully impressive job. So let's give this young lady a big round of applause for a very good start to her show career.
And in first place, we have Riley Kirkland with Ramona Wranglers 4-H. And now we will be moving into our goat showmanship, starting with seniors.
Well, again, our senior showmen are obviously no slouches, and I think we get into some just minute differences. Maybe the way that we pull their heads together, how quick we get embraced, just kind of our presence on the side, and that's where when we move around the ring, kind of separates you from the top to the sixth, and it's again just splitting hairs about who wins and who winds up in the sixth hole, but top to bottom, I think our senior showmen are awfully good. I'll go through just so the parents can hear and kind of see some small differences. Young lady up front, I think you have a lot of presence when you get that one parked from the side. You do a very good job of pulling that one together. The only one I want to pick on you is maybe sometimes you get him just a little bit stretched out, and that's where we want to just kind of pull him back together. I think you probably do the quickest and best job of getting that one to brace of your contemporaries, just in terms of your quickness, your ability to just barely get that guy off the ground. And I know that that's picky, that's nitpicky, that's just a personal preference. I'd rather you, if you cannot get those things real high off the ground and get them to brace, then you're doing a lot better than maybe somebody has to pull them up and get them popped up. But again, I think you do an awfully good job of getting that one propped up and ready to rock. Young man in the second hole, you do an awfully good job in terms of attention to detail, just getting that those feet presented, getting that one's head pulled up. Sometimes I just want to get him just a little bit better in terms of his bracing ability. He doesn't want to probably brace quite as hard. And sometimes maybe if you just change your posture just a little bit, maybe rotate your body and get in front of that goat, maybe that will help. Obviously, again, it takes two to tango, and that partner's not want to, and he's ready to go hang out for the night. But you do an awfully good job, especially in terms of attention to detail. Young lady in the three hole, you're so cool, calm, and collected, and I love that. But when you move around this ring, you still have a little bit of intensity about you because you know what you want to do and how fast you want to get it done. Maybe sometimes, like the young man in front of you, we don't get that one propped up and braced quite as well. Maybe that's one area that we can improve, but your posture and your presence is very good. Young man in the FFA jacket, you have caught heck all night long in terms of just goats that probably don't want to be out here quite as well, but you're trying your heart out, and I give you kudos for your determination, especially considering the fact that you're a pretty tall guy. You're trying to show some little bitty creatures, and that's not very easy, and I know how hard that is. Again, it takes two to tango, and maybe that's where you lack a little bit is just having a partner. But I know that your attention to detail is very good, and you want to do it. Just a matter of getting somebody to help you out and doing those things with you. Young lady with the all-white goat, it has been very hard to get a bad look at that goat since we started the show today. I think you do an awfully good job of getting that one presented. I think you do an awfully good job of getting that one to brace. If we're going to be really nitpicky, sometimes his feet don't want to go exactly where they need to be. Maybe we could just prop his head back a little bit, and maybe there you go. Just make him have a little more presence from the side. But again, I think you do an awfully good job, and you do a very intense job, and I love that about you. Same thing goes for the young lady in the back. Again, you've caught some heck tonight, too, and just goats that probably don't want to be out here. But your ability to still get those things presented is awfully impressive. Your posture, your bracing posture is something that I admire because that's kind of how I used to show, I guess, is what I think about when I see you. Your ability to get that one presented is awfully good. I think you do an exceptional job. Maybe you two could probably just pop. There you go. If you could prop that one's head like that every time, I think we would change some things in terms of making that go just even a little bit higher quality than he is. But those are really small, minute details. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out and get you, we're going to work from 6 up. So let's give our senior showman a round of applause. We'll get you a 6, and then our remaining 2 will be our champion in reserve.
In sixth place, we have Penelope Biven with 56 Ranchers. Fifth place, we have Madison Collins with Ramona Starson with Ramona FFA. Third place, we have Allison Eastman with 56 Ranchers. Second place, we have Emma Avancian with 56 Ranchers. And in first place, we have Kelsey Weller with Ramona FFA. Now in the ring, we have intermediate goat showmanship.
Well, our numbers may not be immense, but the quality is definitely here in terms of our intermediate showmen. They do an exceptional job of just the basics. Again, we come into some differences in terms of their intensity, how fast they're maneuvering, the way that they get these things to drive, their feet placement, just little bitty things. And guys, it's getting late and I'm trying to rush through this, but I want to give each one of you the time because I know that this means just as much as winning the show because this is the one thing that you can win at home. And all four of you do an excellent job. You have the attention to detail. You know exactly what you're wanting to do. Again, sometimes maybe we don't have the partners to cooperate quite as well. And I want you to know that I lean on what you do in your class quite a bit. I think that there's a young lady here at in the hole right here at the end. You do an awesome job. You're so cool, calm, and collected, and I love that about you. Probably just need to turn the intensity up just ever so slightly. Just get that goat to be exactly where he needs to be. And I think that'll just come with time. I think you've done an excellent job of working with that one at home because his trust in you is awesome. We just got to kind of turn up the intensity a little bit, maybe mimic some of the others that are in front of you. The young lady in, though, it's going to be wind up and be the 3-hole. You do an awesome job. You do an awesome job of feet placement. Maybe sometimes that one just doesn't want to drive quite as well as we need him to. Or I'm sorry, we need her to. Maybe we just want to prop her up just a little bit, kind of increase our intensity, and maybe rival the ones that are ahead of you. Because, again, your attention to detail is very, very good. The way that you utilize this ring is very, very good. Just, again, little bitty things like intensity that separate us. I think we run into 2 young men, and I'd be interested to see what happens down the road because I hope y'all 2 are friends, and I hope you 2 rival each other for the rest of your life because you both do an exceptional job, and your intensity is very much the same but very different. Obviously, both of you have some goats that maybe don't want to be your friend right now, and you're both battling through that. And I love to watch that because your intensity continues to turn up. As soon as you get a look at disappointment, you match that with some intensity, and I think that's awfully, awfully impressive. I think y'all are 2 in the same, and so we can talk about you together. And I'm going to be honest, I haven't exactly placed you yet, so don't turn it down anytime soon. But there's just minute differences, maybe how we get those animals to drive, how many times we want to pick at them, just little bitty things like that. Your presence, your posture, all of those things are very, very good. I think you do a lot of things very, very well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one more look. We're just going to have you 2 circle here just one more time. We'll get you a champion, and then we'll get you I'll shake the hand of the champion, and then our second place will be the one remaining. Nothing to take away from these 2 young ladies. I think these 2 young men just do an awful job in terms of their intensity. Like I said, we'll circle them one more time, then we'll get you a champion.
In 4th place, we have Olive Charlone with Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. In 3rd place, we have Ivy Charlone with Santa Isabel Julian 4-H. In 2nd place, we have Cameron Martineau with Ramona Wranglers 4-H. And in 1st place, we have Colby Powell with Lakeside Middle School FFA. Now in the ring is your junior goat showmanship.
Well, again, I have these in no particular order. I just kind of wanted to see how some of them reacted to some certain situations. We'll go through and talk each one of these because I think they deserve it. And again, I know you parents want to hear it. I'm going to start with the young lady up front. You are having the best time out here, and I love that. You're having fun, and I think that's what this is all about. Sometimes you maybe don't have the intensity of some of the others that you have out here, but again, you're having fun, and I love that because obviously it's something you enjoy. Your goat is probably not cooperating the best, probably doesn't want to just show himself off right now, but I think you do a really good job in terms of your intensity, your attention to detail when it is there. Again, we just maybe need to turn it up some other times, but I love how cool, calm, and collected you are. Again, you're having fun, and that's what this is all about. Young lady in the second hole right now, you do a really nice job, and sometimes that goat doesn't want to cooperate quite as well. Probably just wants to throw his head down and probably not get it out of him. You probably weigh as much as that goat does, so I know that it's a little bit harder to pull that one's shoulder out of his body. We probably have to get just a little bit better in terms of our attention to detail and our foot placement to really rival some of the showmen that we've seen today. But you do an exceptional job. You've got a lot of the basics down, and I think you do an awesome job. We just got to get a partner that wants to work with you and kind of brace and do all the things that we need to. Young lady in the 3-hole, you have a lot of attention to detail, and I love that. Maybe sometimes you're not as fast and as quick as some of the others that we've seen today, but like I said, your attention to detail and making sure that you've got the best view of that animal at all time is something that I really, really admire. So I think you do an awesome job. Like I said, maybe we can get just a little bit faster sometimes, but an exceptional job in how you do it. Young lady in what's in the 4th hole now, I think you do an awesome job. I think that doe's starting to give up on you just a little bit, and maybe we can't get, she probably weighs about 3 times as much as you do if I had to take a guess. So it's a little bit harder. She's a little bit harder headed, and she's been that way since we saw her today. Maybe we just get a little bit better in terms of our lines and where we line everything up. But I think your attention to detail is awesome. It's just a matter of making sure it all happens. Young man, you were the only young man that came out here, but you came out here with some presence, and I love that. I think you do an awesome job in terms of your intensity, the way that you get that doe's head out of the top side of her shoulder. Maybe sometimes we don't let that one just drive quite as well as we need to, but that's me being very, very nitpicky on a very, very good showman. Again, just little bitty things start to sort our life. I'm going to go through and I'll just, you're going to right here, you're going to be our second place. You're going to be our reserve. Young lady with the weather in front of her is going to be our third. Doe is going to be fourth. At front, you're going to be fifth. Very, very nice job to all of you.
In 5th place, we have Mackenzie Collins with Ramona Stars 4-H. In 4th place, we have Kaya Pressler with Ramona Stars 4-H. In 3rd place, we have Mackenzie Conway with Valley Center 4-H. In 2nd place, we have Raina Ocean with San Isabel Julian 4-H. And in 1st place, we have Easton Martineau with Ramona Wranglers. Now in the ring is our novice senior goat showmanship.
Well, we